And I therefore call to order Council meeting number 805, 20th July 2021. As per our recent tradition, I open the meeting with prayer. Heavenly Father, grant that we who would seek to serve you may have the wisdom of your Spirit, the guiding of your hand, and the grace to serve together for the prosperity of our city. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Let's be upstanding for the national anthem.
Australians all, let us rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil, our home is good by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts, all beauty rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains then let us sing, advance Australia fair.
Please be seated.
Australians all, let us
Sorry, I don't know the second verse. Could you? Thank you very much. Maybe that's a good idea for next meeting. Right. Okay. Item 1, we have a tentative leave of absence. Everyone's all here. Got an email from Councillor Ryan Bell-Lumsden, who needs to go in about 1:30, I think. With a bit of luck, we might conclude our business by then. And condolences. I have none on my list. Mr. CEO, is there any? There's none. No late one out? Okay. Then I'll afford a longer Merrill Minute then. No, only kidding. Councillors, item 3, Merrill Minute. First item is the Salvation Army Red Shield Field. Oh, was that Merrill Minute? Oh, okay, my apologies. There's no Merrill Minute, so that's all good. Thanks, Mr. CEO. Let's do the minutes then, confirmation of minutes. 4.1. Any correction on the 4.1 item? The 804th meeting? No. Someone like to move for adoption? Councillor Gates, second to Councillor Tozer. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Then we do 4.2, budget adoption meeting of council, held on Wednesday 23rd of June 2021. Corrections, anyone? Councillors? Move for adoption. Councillor Owen Jones, second to Councillor O'Neill. Councillors, I put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Item 4.3, the special meeting of the council held on Wednesday 23rd of June at 10:45 a.m. Any corrections, councillors? Move for adoption. Councillor Gates, seconder Councillor Tozer. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Mayoral report. Councillors, the first item was 23rd of June. I attended Salvation Army Red Peel appeal breakfast, joined by Councillor Caldwell, Pauline Young, Councillor O'Neill, Councillor Tozer and Councillor Owen Jones. Did I miss anyone else? No. As per usual, this was unusual. We held it at the Great Hall at Somerset College in Mudgery, primarily hotels with the COVID and things just proved difficult. So we thank Somerset College. And of course, it was emceed by Tony Hickey. I gave a call to Tony this morning. I said, congratulations, it was a great function. Roughly, how much did we, the Red Shield appeal, raise that morning for breakfast? Was around $400,000. So it was well worth it, and I'm so pleased that that Gold Coasters are generous. And I say to everyone out there who didn't quite get there, the Red Shield appeal is out there for donation, and they're the one that absolutely brings someone to share their life story, and if you're sensitive, you will have tears in your eyes. Item 2 was the Darcy Doyle Art Award, an exhibition attended also by Councillor Tozer, and the exhibition was wonderful at the Mudgery School of Arts Memorial Hall. It's now in its 16th year, and in the main landscape category boasts a $10,000 first prize, and there's other prizes for portraiture and still life, and the Junior Darcy Doyle Awards was also there, introduced by 2016. It's wonderful. I grabbed that photo there. That's the one that Ruth liked, and the artist is Susan Scoose, and proudly now hangs in our house. So it's good to have homegrown product. You want to say a few words?
Mr Mayor, just for the information of council, we had about 10,000 people come through that event this year, which was quite surprising. But what was really important is that a lot of artists have been, during COVID, have had struggles to get their art out, and we moved about $100,000 worth of art over that 10-day season, which has supported the local arts and cultural community, not just in Mudgery but across the city. So it was a good outcome, and thank you for being a patron of the arts yourself. By that was, I think that was actually the second place getter for the landscape prize. So you picked up a deal before it got its award.
It's worth more now.
probably made a profit on that one, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Caldwell.
If I can just add, I did note that Sebastian Toast was the winner of the landscape main prize, of which I'm very pleased to be an owner of a Sebastian Toast piece at my house.
Also another profitable...
Yeah, so I was very welcoming of this particular exhibit because I felt like my investment had gone up. So,
It would.
and I was disappointed to see that that particular piece had already sold by the time I viewed it online. So,
So, councillors, put in your diary for next year. There's some... I tell you, it's amazing. Yeah, Ruth and I have been around the world and various art places, and Mudgery, the Darcy Doyle is world class. Absolutely. I wouldn't say it half-heartedly at all. It's just amazing. Anyhow, then we opened the 5th Lane Sundale Bridge, the part of the $34 million Sundale Bridge and Waterway Drives upgrade. I was joined, of course, there by Councillor Patterson, who really looks after her skin, having the hat there, all good, and everyone was tooting us. I don't know whether it was positive or negative, but I just waved back. So it was all good. Then we did the opening night, Mamma Mia, and it was wonderful to be able to go to a production during these difficult times. And my congratulations to Matt Ward, the producer, and his team. We all, Matt is a local, and we've grown up watching Matt sings and dance on stage, and now he's taken the role of being a producer as well. and literally after that show, the harsher penalty for COVID kicked in. So our heart really feels for him. So, but in supporting going to these things, it gives them encouragement so that they're willing to have a go spirit and put on the show. And if you're a fan of ABBA, you know, you can sing along, and it's quite good. I've forgotten I knew all the songs, but now I do. Homeless Connect. We launched that at Metricon Stadium and this will be held on August the 4th, where every business is pitching together. It's a one-stop shop, and where our homeless can get on a bus free, get there, get their hair cut done, get their pet looked after, get the nails, and all sorts of services, get some more clothes. So 4th of August, if you've got time, go and say hello to some of the people there. You'd be amazed that some circumstances is just, they are a victim of circumstances. Some is domestic violence and the like, but it'd be good to go out there and support their livelihood and know that we care. Next one is opening of Isla Capri Bridge. So it's quite good, the stage one there, and this next stage, the 60-year-old bridge will be demolished, and then we'll have another bridge which is higher than the other one, and it's predicted to have 25,000 trips of cars a day. Then we did the BMX freestyle training course. This course was built at the back of Carrara there, and is exact replica of Tokyo Olympic course. And there's Logan there. He's the world champion, and so Logan Martin, and of course, as his name says, he's from Logan. And so once he wins the gold medal, I'll see if I can get him to call himself Gold Coast. Morslin. Okay. So it's wonderful that they can train. I spoke to him in the past. You only have a couple of days when you arrive to Tokyo and and get used to learn the track. But in this case, with that one being built, I think he's got about 5 weeks that he trained before he actually went there. So there's it's good advantage to be able to do that. Next one, tour of Gold Coast Sports and Leisure Centre. I just want to know how our legacy went, and the report is that our facility is booked something like 90%, and really it's no white elephant there, and the community is fully utilising our Coomera Indoor Centre. Then, of course, the announcement of the State of Origin 3. Everything went perfectly except for the final result. No, the main thing is that out of the 3 games, that was the best game out of all of them, and you can't underestimate the Maroons at any time. So there you go, and you know, people talking about finals, and that perhaps will be in Brisbane. All the NRL teams, I think, all of them are coming up to Gold Coast now, if not already here. So I will be asking the question that really some semis and finals would be at Cbus, because it's great atmosphere there. Tweed Chamber of Commerce and Industry. I was going to zoom in and work up nice and early, and I thought, no, I don't want to rely on technology, so I drove down quickly, did the boarding pass thing and across the border. And the main thing that the Tweed business was worried about is the lockdown, and I urged the state government to look at the community of Tweed and Coolangatta as one, and have a bubble there so that they can cross back and forward seamlessly. So that's going to be my ask for it. Next item is Donation Life, organ donation awareness. Did a launch there. I say you only need to do it once. Get up there and register, talk to your family, see if they're for it. And if it is, then you get online, be a donor. And the next picture shows there that Oscar there, he got a eye tissue. I had a good close look at his eye, and basically had a congenital glaucoma when he was 6 months old, and really without the donation there, he wouldn't have his sight in his left eye, and the technology's there. So if not going to use it once you pass away, have a think about giving somebody else a chance to enjoy their life with your organ. I mean, you're not going to use it, so have a look at it that way. I'm not just talking specific to you, I'm talking to the Gold Coasters. Next one was Opera Australia of the Bizet's Carmen at Hodder. I see Councillor O'Neill was there enjoying the Carmen. I think some of us opera people already know the ending, so I won't do a spoiler alert there. But the main thing is it's one of those cheeky opera, heart-wrenching, who should you be fall in love to, and multiple choice and all that sort of stuff. But and in these days, it's wonderful to see Opera Australia come and perform here on the Gold Coast. And then we did the installation of the new parish priest at Southport Catholic Parish, and the blessed occasion was celebrated by His Most Reverend Mark Coleridge, Archbishop of Brisbane, at the Guardian Angels Catholic Church in Southport, where we welcome a new parish priest and Father McMurrow. And so for those people know Father Gerald, he's quite easygoing and very down to earth. Looking forward to working with him in Southport. And then we have the city annual dredging program, and to let people know that we care about our beaches, and that we allocate $1 million for sand nourishment, and that we pumped 40,000 cubic metres to Burleigh Heads from Tarabudgery Creek, and when that finishes, we pump 30,000 cubic metres of sand from Tarabudgery Creek to Palm Beach. And so with that, councillors, I move the Mayor's report be welcome and noted. Moved by Councillor Gates, seconder Councillor Taylor. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, the motion carried. Councillors, now we go to clarification. Any clarification, anyone? No. Business arising from the minutes. Any business arising from the minutes? No. Presentation. We now have Urban Tree Canopy Mapping Study Awards. Councillor Caldwell.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And as we often say in this chamber, we love trees. And I note that there'll be a celebration of the Botanical Gardens coming up shortly, and it'll be a contest of tree puns, no doubt, between the two presentations. But if I can just take this opportunity to present to Council two awards that have been received in relation to the Urban Tree Canopy cover study, which most of us will remember having come to Council a little while ago, which was a significant evidence-based research project identifying the value and impact of the urban tree canopies in our city. And it's worthwhile noting that there were 2 awards received from two different competitions that were entered. Firstly, the Urban Tree Canopy Study won the Landscape Planning Category Award at the 2020 National Landscape Architecture Awards, and the second award was the Policy Category Award at the 2021 Minister's Award for Urban Design, which of course is the State Minister. The responsible officers are the City Architect Jemima, who I think has set a world record for the quickest presentation to Council following her appointment not that long ago, so congratulations. Ably supported by Deborah and her team, and it's really good that we're setting somewhat of a blueprint for work to be considered by other urban councils across Queensland, but particularly those in South East Queensland. So, Mr Mayor, I'd like to present those two awards to you.
And we have another presentation, councillors. This is for Botanic Gardens Conservation International Accreditation. Councillor Vorster.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor, and to stray momentarily into the football puns, we've had a good setup from Councillor Caldwell, but on the green front I'll score a try now on behalf of the city. Look, Mr Mayor, as Councillor Caldwell foreshadowed, we are a tree-loving council, and as you often remark, the council, it can be regarded perhaps as the greenest amongst the land. But it's not just about the raw quantum of trees that are in the ground. What we must also do as a city is to give people an opportunity, particularly young Gold Coasters, an opportunity to better understand the ecological value of our vegetation stock, because only by understanding the value of vegetation and the ecology are we best placed to protect it. And Mr Mayor, we are so very fortunate that in the very heart of the city, we have a regional botanic gardens that for some years now has given locals the opportunity to develop that understanding, develop that appreciation, and then to work constructively with successive councillors to argue for much needed investment in that space. For all of those who are connected with our regional botanic gardens, I think it's fair to say it has been a labour of love to create this asset for the community. And the product of that love, Mr Mayor, has been the international accreditation of the Gold Coast Regional Botanic Gardens by the Botanic Gardens Conservation International, which was established in 1987, I think it was, now recognises over 600 botanic gardens, and in Australia there's only one other that's been recognised, only one other, and that's out at Wollongong. And of course the Botanic Gardens at Sydney and Melbourne, I think, are patron members of the organisation. But here on the Gold Coast, we're the second city to have achieved this accreditation and accolade. And it's not just an award that is doled out, it is something that is earned. And in order to have earned this accreditation, the team there working and connected with the Botanic Gardens have demonstrated leadership, collections management, horticultural expertise, delivered public education programs, engaged with the community, delivered cultural activities, made meaningful impact in the conservation front, assisted with scientific research, and forged, I think, great progress around the sustainability piece. Mr Mayor, as a council, we are recognising today this accreditation, but I think anyone connected with the Botanic Gardens can take heart that during our budget deliberations, we've recognised their long-standing contribution with some meaningful investment that will make sure that every Gold Coaster grows up learning the value of trees. So I'd like to make this presentation to you, Mr Mayor, and we're joined, of course, by Paul, Wendy and Kate as well. We're all friends here.
Okay, councillors, we now move to number 9, conflict of interest declaration. I have none. Then we move on to item 10. We'll go to transport and infrastructure. Councillor Pauline Young.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the report of the Transport and Infrastructure Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 13th of July 2021, covered by recommendations 1 to 9, be received.
Second, Councillor Taylor. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Councillors, any items you wish to deal separately? Councillor Pauline Young.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the report of the Transport and Infrastructure Committee's recommendations be adopted.
Second, Councillor Taylor. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Carry unanimous? That's the way to do it. Okay. Thank you, Director. We now go to Lifestyle and Community. Councillor Vorster.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. I move that the report of the Lifestyle and Community Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 13th of July, covered by recommendations 1 through 7, be received. Thank you.
Second, Councillor Ryan Baildon Lumsden. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Councillor Vorster.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. If we could deal with items 5 and 7 separately, please.
We'll go to 5 first up. Okay. Councillor Vorster.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, this the committee carried a recommendation, but there was some ancillary debate and further information sought from city officers during that meeting. On the back of that further information, which was then furnished to councillors, what I propose doing today is to move a changed recommendation that incorporates some further conditions around the proposed trial.
Mr Mayor, excuse me, just a procedural thing, if you don't mind.
Procedural.
Sorry to interrupt. Mr Mayor, I was made aware just this morning by the city solicitor of some correspondence that's come into the city to the councillors regarding this matter from GECO, of which you know I'm a member, and the correspondence says that it's written on behalf of the members of GECO and it poses some specific points about this application. I just want to inform the council I've had no dealings with GECO in regards to this matter and certainly didn't give GECO my consent to write to us on my behalf, so to speak. But I'm just raising this. I'm just an ordinary member of the association. I don't hold any position, and I'm not making a full declaration, but I'm just making you aware of that, and councillors aware of that particular potential conflict. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Okay. Councillor Vorster.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor, and through you, thank you, Councillor Young. Mr Mayor, if I do have a seconder, I'm very happy to talk very briefly to the
Second,
proposed
Councillor Owen Jones.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, this matter received some significant debate during committee. It was the majority view, but not the unanimous view of the committee, that there was clear merit in proceeding with a trial of a tandem skydive drop zone in and around the Spit for the sole purpose of collecting enough information so that if council so chooses, a trial could perhaps be made permanent. But the objective is to collect that information in the first place. Mr Mayor, what we learnt during the discussion is that this trial will not increase the number of permissible flights from SeaWorld, which was a concern of some councillors, and if anything, it may seek to, or may in effect, reduce some of the amenity issues that surrounding residents have long complained about by taking flights away from built-up residential areas rather than along residential areas. So, in a sense, Mr Mayor, by supporting this particular trial, we may see a lessening of amenity issues and we may end up with more information so that the community can make a fully informed submission at the correct time. And what I mean to say by that, Mr Mayor, is that at the conclusion of this trial, if council chooses to make the trial permanent, we will need to enter into a statutory local law amendment process, which has a statutory requirement around consultation. And on the back of the results of the trial, the community can make a fully informed submission, as council will make during its own deliberations. So in every respect, it's affording this applicant their right to have their permit considered for approval. We have not granted it approval. Instead, we've established a trial. That trial will furnish the city with some information. That information will be publicly available and allow the community at the appropriate time to make a submission into a statutory local lawmaking process to ensure that they are heard if in fact there are concerns. And my sense of it, Mr Mayor, is that some of the concerns expressed at the community, at the committee may be assuaged by the reality that flights will be further away from residences and that there will be no net increase in the number of departures from SeaWorld. Importantly, Mr Mayor, what the change recommendation also seeks to do is to pick up on a very well-made point by Councillor Hamill, which is to introduce some protections around the dunes of the proposed drop site. And it also picks up on, I think, a very incisive comment made by Councillor Owen Jones, which is to ensure that any incidents connected with the operation of this site are proactively reported to council within 24 hours so that we are furnished with a complete picture of how this trial site has performed and not having to then work with an applicant down the track to tease out information for the purposes of making a final decision on the matter. Mr Mayor, this is an opportunity for the city to demonstrate that we welcome investment in the tourism sector. It's an opportunity for us to demonstrate that we can in an environmentally sensitive way support tourism ventures, and as Councillor Caldwell said at committee, also help realise some of the aspirations of the Spit Master Plan by creating this sort of destination activation at this beautiful part of the Gold Coast. I think I've said enough to open, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Against the motion? Question, Councillor Peter Young.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Question through you to Councillor Vorster. In regards to the motion that's before us, I wonder if we could see the top of the screen, please. In that first dot point, or A dot point, the permit holder must ensure spectators directly associated. I wonder, Councillor, if you'd contemplate that might be, must ensure, rather than just spectators, all persons directly associated. That would cover staff and their clients, as well as the general public who might be observing.
I suppose from the committee's perspective, those who are not spectators would generally be falling from a helicopter, but fair enough, I'm very happy to broaden that definition to give everyone surety that we're protecting our green asset.
Sorry, Mr Mayor. Thanks very much, Councillor. I had a couple of questions, if you don't mind, Mr Mayor. There were correspondences sent to us. One mentioned the coastal management plan, and I've asked questions about this. my understanding is that the coastal management plan seeks to avoid the use of state coastal land for creating exclusive private access to the foreshore, and in this case, there is no exclusive private access being contemplated because the area will be publicly accessible still, even during the time of the drop. It's my understanding that the operators will encourage people to perhaps move out or not come into the area during that time, but they can't force people out, and it's not an exclusive area. So in that respect, if I'm wrong, please tell me, but that's my understanding. And secondly, in regard to the correspondence that I mentioned this morning that we received from Gecko, it mentions that these air services are not envisaged in the Spit tourism area, but this is not in the Spit tourism area, is my understanding. The director might want to.
That's correct, you said.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So they're my questions, so to speak. Thank you.
Okay. Speaking against? No. Speaking for? Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Obviously, it's been in the public, in the news a bit about this trial moving forward, and I suppose for myself, it was to ensure that the public had clear access for the beach while this trial was going on. I really appreciate the protection of the vegetation. The area makes this a lot more of a protection zone. It is very strict, so we know there's going to be challenges of them actually landing because of conditions through the area. But I did visit the Sam bypass this morning, and look, as a future, that's a great investment to the city. And when we actually get the ability to replenish our beaches, this is going to really provide more room for the public, more room for tourism activities, and protect our environment. In relation to no additional takeoffs, we know it's a current provider there that's got right of use, and the understanding is there's going to be no more additional flights. So I'm comfortable with that, and I just think it's a good opportunity for a trial. This does give the public the opportunity to have a say. The only concern for me was it the appropriate location along the Spit area? So it does give us 12 months to actually assess that position as well.
Mm-hmm. Speaking against, Councillor Boland Lumsden.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'll be very brief as I voiced most of these in committee. My main concerns were firstly just the site itself. I know the area scarps quite significantly at times of the year. It's quite different to Kirra Beach, where there's currently a landing location. My other concern was more just about our presentation of lifestyle for residents, people like living on the Gold Coast, particularly because of our beaches, our hinterland, those kind of things. I was concerned, is this going to be impacting on recreational users of the beach? I'm comforted by the fact that it is a trial, and I may be able to support it in 12 months' time when those figures come back. But I wasn't also convinced that this is broadening our tourism offering. To me, it's delivering something that tourists to the Gold Coast can already do. If people want to come to the Gold Coast and skydive, they have that option at Kirra Beach currently. I wasn't sure if there was demand or need for a second location, but again, I'm comforted by the fact that it's a trial and look forward to the results that come back. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
For Councillor Owen Jones.
Mr. Mayor, just to speak in regards to the keeping of information and in particular complaints, I think if it's going to be a trial for 12 months, it's actually really important that if people have a complaint about it, that they take the opportunity to lodge that complaint, and then in 12 months' time we're able to actually see if there were issues, and if they were was there a consistent theme. So I think that was quite an important change, and likewise, if there is an incident, I think it's important the city's aware of that in a timely fashion as well, because that might influence us as we move forward with the trial, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Speaking against the motion, for Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to also mention the fact we do have an existing operation at Kirra Beach that works extremely well. I just want to make sure that everybody realises that there's actually no impact to the beach, maintenance-wise. They leave very little imprint at all, and you probably know that. You've been thrown out of a plane, I believe, and landed on Kira Beach yourself, Mr Mayor. I have resisted the urge. But I just want to make that sure, and I also wanted, and I made clear at the committee that the operator at Kira Beach has no problem with competition in the tourism sector. Thanks, Mr Mayor. And I'll be voting for it.
My imprint was temporary. Councillor Vorster to close.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. And so long as we're sharing personal anecdotes, I'll share this one. On my 13th birthday, my parents presented me with a voucher to go skydiving. They said I'd been talking about it. I could not remember ever mentioning that I wanted to jump from a plane, ever. I couldn't remember. It was a good one. But lo and behold, I was presented with this voucher, and on some very cold and blustery day, 10,000 feet above Auckland, I'd left the plane and landed safely on the ground. And I loved every 4.5 minutes of it. It was really good. It was a great memory, and although the memories of that trip are now trapped on a VHS tape, I have no doubt that the vision that is captured by those who are lucky enough to fall from the sky and land at the Spit and gaze across our wonderful skyline and look out to the hinterland, I've no doubt that they will create some amazing content that will share the best of what the Gold Coast has to offer. So while there are certainly benefits for the business, and they're non-exclusive benefits, I might say, while there are benefits for the participants, I think the city genuinely stands to benefit from delivering a tourism product that will show the best that the city has to offer. And for those who may have reservations about this venture, all I can say is that we have deliberated on this as a council, and that any dissent will have an opportunity to be expressed through a statutory consultation process when and if this is made a permanent feature of our tourism product. It's a sensible thing to do. And the worst thing that we can do is to say no with no information. It sends a chilling message to the tourism sector, which I think is feeling it at the moment. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
The debate's closed, councillors, so I put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Then we go to, Councillor Tozer.
In case you wanted to use it chronologically, I have a declaration to make on item 6, but I know you were jumping to item 7 next. I'm happy to do it in whatever order you like.
Yeah, we'll go to 7, was brought up, then we'll go to 6. 7, Councillor Worcester, and hang on, Councillor Baldwin? Dumpster.
Mr Mayor, could my vote be noted for item 5?
Could you, in the negative, no worries. Councillor Worcester, item 7.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. No need to talk too much to it, but I did wish to move a small amendment to item 7 to, again, respond to some further information that was furnished to the committee after the meeting.
Okay.
So that's item 7, sorry, on the screen. I'm happy to just read it afresh if that's useful to our Minute Secretary, Mr Mayor.
Go ahead.
Okay, so item 7 as a changed recommendation would read as follows. That when...
Yeah, read it out, mate.
Okay, that when the animal management, local law amendments, (2021) report is presented to the Governance, Administration and Finance Committee, that wandering at large, we'll put that into quotation marks at the appropriate time, and not under effective control, and not under effective control, also in speech marks, be increased to 3 and 4 penalty units respectively. And I'm sure this will be mopped up, but if we could ensure that the title of that report is Animal Management Local Law Amendments 2021, not 2020-21. And wandering should be WA as well. At least it's not 6 penalty points. Great. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So if I have a seconder, happy to talk to that.
Seconder, Councillor Gates.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, the city has embarked, excuse the pun, on a process to modernise its animal management laws. Not only do they concern aspects of our offences and penalties regime, but also how we may approach the issue of regulating things like enclosures or the types of animals that can be accommodated in suburbia. Ultimately, this matter will be decided by the Governance, Administration and Finance Committee as a local law-making body of work, but our committee, being the Lifestyle and Community Committee, was afforded an opportunity to be briefed by city officers on their progress during this round. Mr. Mayor, during that presentation, the councillors were moved to respond to what we felt was a deficiency in a community will to respond to the issue of animals involved in attack. City officers suggested that we merely meet the regional average, but there seemed to be on the back of particularly recent events tragic events involving young people, that more of a deterrent would need to be put to the community to ensure that their animals are under effective control at all times. Importantly, Mr. Mayor, what this demonstrates, to my mind, is a holding of the line, because this council has in the past resolved to lobby the state government to introduce new offences for actual dog attacks. The state government's view is that they're not interested, put simply, that in their view the appropriate way of dealing with animal attacks is through the declaration process, that is making an animal either declared menacing or dangerous, or through the destruction of those animals. What we're attempting to do as a council is to create a deterrent so that those incidents don't occur in the first place. And it's an important part of the enforcement and regulatory puzzle, Mr. Mayor. This will see, if supported by GAF and supported through a state government interest check, it will see the city boasting some of the strongest deterrents in this space. But I personally feel that when you deal with potentially tragic consequences of children and the elderly maimed and animals destroyed, that it's important we send a very strong signal. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
At committee, Mr. Mayor, I actually moved an even stronger deterrent, but we've had additional advice from the director following the motion. I think it's important to remind everyone that the proposed penalty increases are because we have been a little ineffective when there are dog attacks in our city, and that's, as Councillor Vorster has suggested, because of the state wanting the management of dog attacks to be through the declaration of dangerous dogs or destruction. What we would hope is that if we can indicate through some sort of media campaign our intent to really hit people in their hip pocket if they don't take measures to keep their dog contained within the home or under their effective control when they are exercising their dogs, then we intend to put our money where our mouth is and make sure that people will be reluctant not to be fully and totally in control of their dogs at all time. So it's a positive move forward. If people play by the rules, they won't have to pay anything at all. But if they break the rules, then they're going to be hit.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. And while Councillor Gates is quite right, these penalties will bite. I just want to reflect on this facet of the proposed reforms more comprehensively, Mr Mayor, and that is the same proposal put forward by city officers would actually see some relaxation. So, for example, presently dogs need to be on a lead of 10 metres. Sorry, I thought it was 10, but it could be 2. But in any case, presently, dogs are required to be on a lead of a fixed length in order to meet the test of what effective control is. What the proposed changes attempt to do, or seek to do, is to remove that test of leash length. So in a lot of ways, enjoying time with your animal will become more flexible, and it will be better for the animal and better for the walker. And we are relaxing some elements of the proposed reform. But at the same time, we want to make sure that there are protections so that those freedoms are enjoyed in a responsible way and that people don't abuse the extra rights that we may afford them. So while we propose very firm penalties, we actually are at large attempting to reduce red tape, simplify the permitting process, provide walkers, recreational walkers, with further concessions. We just want to make sure that those concessions don't end up with unintended consequences by ensuring that people are more responsible than they might otherwise have been. So I think this is worth supporting. Thank you.
Councillors, debate's closed. Debate's closed. I put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. We go to item 6. Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. In relation to this matter, I just need to make a declaration that was dealt with at committee, but I think I have to restate it for this council meeting.
If it's on the screen, it would be very helpful.
There it is.
Is that it? Hard to read, but...
That's all right. Look at it. Did you want me to read it out?
No, I just want to, on the screen, so that first up, is that what you're declaring on the screen there?
It is.
Nature of, can you read out the nature of declarable conflict of interest, and that will do, I think.
Yep, item 6 pertains to cemeteries, and on one of the maps, a broader map depicts the property that my wife and I own at 44 Moonbeam Parade, Mudgeeraba. The substance of the report doesn't address all of those the elements, but it is sufficiently removed.
All right.
I would like to participate in the meeting.
Okay.
If the council resolves so.
Was there a procedural motion there? Councillor Caldwell, you moved that? Would you care to...
Yes, Mr Mayor, and I'm happy to move that same motion again, and if I have a seconder, I'll speak to it briefly.
Seconder, Councillor Young, Pauline Young. Please go ahead.
Yeah, just in addition to the technical resolution that's on the screen, we took this through a little bit at committee, and Councillor Tozer's property is not exactly proximate to the actual cemetery itself. It is adjacent to the same reserve that is ultimately where the Mudgeeraba Cemetery is. So I was quite satisfied that his contribution as the local area councillor was far outweighed any perceived conflict that may have been arisen as a result of that location.
Okay, thank you. Anyone want to speak against the motion? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands.
Councillor Tate, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor O'Neill, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Caldwell, Councillor Gates, Councillor Alan Jones, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor Castro, Councillor McDonald, Councillor Van Lumsden, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Forster.
Against? Motion carried. Councillor Tozer did not vote. All right, we'll deal with item 6. Okay, I'll call it unanimous. That way you don't have to change the That's unanimous. There you go. It's fine. Councillor Tozer.
I'm not sure it could be unanimous if I didn't vote. I'm not sure how that works, but how do we define
anyway,
it? Yeah, so, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor, at committee, I moved this item and I'm happy to do so again and
Okay.
happy to debate with the seconder.
Seconder, anyone? Councillor Vorster. Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, some of this report is confidential and relates to some of the public domain conversation that has been the subject of previous resolutions of the council relating to the future for cemeteries, in particular the Motor Bar Cemetery. It is common knowledge that dealing with death and people who have passed in our community is a really personal situation, and it conjures up all sorts of emotions, but pragmatically, the council needs to make sure that we're providing a future for members of our community who want to remember their loved ones locally. And the practical reality is that takes up some space, that we need to be careful and considered in the way that we think about the future of cemeteries in this city. I know there's been lots of dialogue in the media over the last week about this, but I'm very confident that the report, some of which is confidential in relation to property and understanding where property is in the city, actually gives us a clear picture moving forward, and also plans well for accommodating the needs of our community, and particularly the needs of the community in Mudra Bar, which is the southernmost cemetery in the city. I'd commend it to councillors to support today.
Anyone want to speak against the motion? Can you close then?
Mr. Mayor, that's sufficient.
Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carry, unanimous. Any other items you want to deal separately? I'll go back to the chair. Councillor Vorster.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I move that the recommendations of the Lifestyle and Community Committee report be adopted, with the exception of items 5, 6 and 7 that were separately resolved. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Seconder, Councillor Boland Lumsden. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Thank you, Director. And we now go to water, waste and energy. Councillors, just to get into that, we keep going. Anyone needs a break? Yeah, help yourself to coffee, that's all right. Anyone needs to, big boys, little girls, whatever. And there's 64 genders there, so anyone not going to go to the toilet, that's what I meant. No need, so we keep going. Okay then. Another OIA coming up. Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I move that the report of the Water, Waste and Energy Committee meeting held on Wednesday, 14th of July 2021, covered by recommendations 1 to 9, be received.
All right. Who's the deputy there? Councillor Hamill, seconder. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Any items you wish to deal separately? Councillor Owen Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I could deal with item 10 separately, which was in regards to the recycled water scheme support.
We're going to 10.
So, Mr. Mayor, my understanding is the minutes of the meeting might have been delayed in the circulation, but the what was recommended by the committee is 1 and 2, and I would like to move a 3. And if I could have a seconder, I'd be happy to speak to it.
Seconder, Councillor Gates. Perhaps you can read 3 out because it's in red and hard to read on the screen.
So I'll be mindful of the fact that it was on grey papers, but 3 is that council recognise the adopted price path of 5125 cents per kilolitre in 2021 price for Class A water, and confirm no further work should be undertaken to increase to a higher target tariff or higher price path.
Okay. Second, Councillor Gates.
And Mr. Mayor, on page 81 of the confidential papers, there is a paragraph halfway down below the heading of analysis, which suggested that the city officers were potentially keen to review that as part of the future budget process. So, Mr. Mayor, as you are aware, we have a lot of golf courses on the Gold Coast. In fact, it's sometimes referred to as the Gulf Coast, and recycled water forms an important resource for both the city and also those users of open space. And we, as a council, have previously committed to effectively charging for Class A water, and there's a price path that's been agreed on, which is to lift it up to 51 cents per kilolitre, and that will happen over time. That sets our pricing below a lot of other retailers in southeast Queensland, but it's one of the advantages of controlling the price of our water through the council as opposed to a conglomerate that was previously proposed and is in action in other parts of southeast Queensland. So every now and then I think it's important that the city provides clear direction to officers in regards to future policy, and this to me is one of those. We've agreed on a price path and that's what we should stick to for the foreseeable future.
Okay.
Question.
Question? Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Just a question to Councillor Owen Jones. Are you looking to seek no further work to be undertaken in this financial year?
Mr Mayor, what I'm actually seeking is that we've agreed to a price path which will take several years to reach the point. The director probably will be able to tell me what financial year in 5 years' time. I'm not really interested in any future work being done until that price path is reached, and in 5 years' time, if there needs to be some work done, well, that might be the case, but not before.
Okay. Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just for those watching, I appreciate the report's confidential, but I'm interested to understand through you to the director. Could you explain for us what price path means and how it might be defined in layman's language?
Through you, Mr Mayor, in reality it's essentially just an understanding within council of our future direction. Previously agreed price paths have no, if you like, formal or legislative or regulatory weight. As you know, council sets its rates and charges on an annual basis. The price path that we've agreed is simply a indication of intention future for the council.
So can I follow up that question? Yeah. So my question then, as I'm considering the changed recommendation here, and it talks about a price path of $0.5125 dollars. I think it must mean 51.25 cents per kilolitre in 2021. What would that mean that price per kilolitre was likely to increase by over the coming 5 years, practically? Or will it just be fixed for 5 years?
Through you, Mr Mayor, the situation is we've always had Class A customers who have notionally and are at this point in time on a price of 51 cents a kilolitre.
Yep.
For existing recycled water use customers who were previously on Class C and wished to transfer to Class A, we developed a price path that moved them up to the existing price of 50 cents a kilolitre over a 5-year period. So when they start, their first year would be 10 cents, then 20, then 30, then 40, then 50, to join all other Class A customers who are on 51 cents a kilolitre. So there is actually no price path agreed by council for existing Class A customers. That will be considered year on year by council. The only price path that was agreed by council was for customers, as I say again, who were on Class C, wanted to transfer to Class A in our expanded network and our upgraded network. So we agreed that we would transition them to 50 cents over a 5-year period.
So follow-up question. So just so I'm very clear, and for the people who are watching this and the resolution of council, Class C is water of a lower quality than Class A. Is that right? Am I reading that correctly?
That's correct. And the city is obviously investing in treatment and new pipelines and systems to upgrade customers from Class C to Class A where they wish to.
And does that mean then that some customers who currently use Class C recycled water on their golf courses, for instance, will always be able to get access to Class C recycled water? Or is that something that over the coming years, Class C recycled water will no longer be accessible to golf courses or other users of Class C recycled water?
Through you, Mr Mayor, yes, there is no intent to shut down the Class C system. Class C customers currently pay this year 2 cents a kilolitre. It's entirely up to the customer whether they want to transition from a Class C supply, which is a lower quality supply and therefore has greater restrictions on its use, up to a Class A supply, which is a higher quality supply and, as I say, has less restrictions on its use. So it's the customer's choice completely.
Final question then. What is the impact of the Section 3 is something that we didn't, whilst we explored to some extent at council, at committee, what would be the impact of that on us implementing and kind of executing our strategic plan when it comes to infrastructure for Class A assets?
Through you, Mr Mayor, and within the grey pages of the report, we actually highlighted that we've done the financial analysis. A tariff is there to reflect the cost of supply and the investment that we would make as a commercial business in the infrastructure to provide that supply. So we've simply provided council the information that the return on the investment for treatment and expanding a reticulated network to provide Class A to customers who wish it, that the tariff is higher than what we currently charge. It was simply a information to council to recognise that there is currently a gap between what we currently charge and what would be the real charge to support that investment, and that council should consider that at some point when it comes to make its budget deliberations for the next financial year.
So, who uses Class A recycled water? Is it just golf courses, or are there other users of Class A recycled water?
No, we've got multiple users of Class A. It's not just golf courses, and we've got, as council is aware, we've recently approved a tender for the construction of a new treatment plant and reticulated system to supply Class A from the Merrimack treatment plant right up to the Carrara Sporting Precinct and Stadiums Australia. And on that scheme we have 32 customers, which are a mix of sporting fields, council parks and gardens, schools and, as I say, the Carrara Sporting Complex.
Okay. And so my final question then, and I appreciate the last three questions will be the final question, is that were we to adopt this recommendation today, for us to implement those infrastructure plans that are confidential and in the report, the general ratepayer or some other source of income would have to fund the difference between the current price path on the screen here versus the recommended price path of officers in order to deliver the program. Is that correct? We'd have to come up with some other money in order to deliver that plan for that infrastructure.
That's correct, through you, Mr Mayor.
Okay.
So Director, on the Class C, where there's appropriate places that to be used in Class C, that will remain. Am I right? Like if we're pumping water out to ocean outfall, I wouldn't want to see Class A going out. So there are specific Class C to remain. Yeah.
That's correct, Mr Mayor. As I say, the Class A and the Class C systems are separate, and customers choose which system they want to be on and utilise.
Like the spit, let me ask you, the spit, especially on the Ocean Shore side, is that Class A or C?
The current pipeline that goes that way, Mr Mayor, is Class A, but as part of the proposed plans for the revegetation, we're looking to improve that to Class C because of the type of use, to Class A because of the type of use that is required there.
And would this Gold Coast Waterway Authority pay for this adopted price path?
No, the Gold Coast Waterways Authority would go straight to 51 cents a kilolitre because that is the gazetted charge.
All right, I didn't want them to not pay, that's all. Thought I'd ask the question. Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Just another question through you to the Director. When Council adopted this price path, and I know I was part of that council, but I can't remember back, was this the suggested price path from yourself?
Through you, Mr Mayor, the price path that Council adopted for recycled water use customers who are transitioning from Class C to Class A was negotiated with particularly the golf courses at the time in terms of a transition for those who wanted to shift, as I say, from a Class C supply to a Class A supply. And that was part of a number of concessions and negotiations with those users at that point in time to facilitate that transition.
Can I just have another question? Thanks, Mr Mayor. So were the golf courses aware that they'd have a 5-year transitional period where they'd get up to this price path?
Through you, Mr Mayor, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Gates.
That the golf courses need to transfer to Class A, in my understanding, was because of tighter restrictions about proximity, for example, to Class C usage. So the quality of the Class C water was considered not appropriate for human interaction, if you like. Could you just expand on that just a little so that we're clearer? My feeling was that there wasn't really a choice. If they wanted to run their sprinklers when golfers were out, they couldn't use Class C. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr Mayor, no, not strictly, and no golf course. We've audited all of our Class C users. No golf course is required to stop using Class C and move to Class A. In our safety audits of each of the facilities, there were some minor adjustmts that each of them had to undertake to ensure or to minimise risk. They've been undertaken and they can continue.
Okay.
The higher risk is where users wish to use recycled water.
Councillor Siri.
That's a $5 to councillor.
I reckon that's 10.
No, it's on the same price path as usual, so it's $5.
Shouldn't it be full
But that's a good
penalty?
example of what happens when you double the price path.
Yeah, go ahead.
Through you, Mr Mayor, just to finish, that there are only a number of smaller users which were not related to golf courses where Class C was inappropriate for the users that they were actually employing. So there was no forced and there is no requirement for any golf course to shift from Class C to Class A unless they wish to.
Okay, just one further question then. Was there a problem with the infrastructure delivery of, and was there a need for the upgrade of infrastructure to continue providing the water to golf courses?
Through you, Mr Mayor, again, no problems with our infrastructure. A number of users and particular golf courses have their own private infrastructure that is part of the delivery system for them to reuse recycled water. And those pipelines and some of that infrastructure will necessarily reach the end of its lifetime at some point. Now, when that is, we don't know, but they will face a challenge if they wish to continue to use Class C into the future in the renewal and or replacement of that infrastructure.
Thank you, Director. I think that's where my mind was querying, Mr Mayor. I think they were faced with a real challenge up the track if they wanted to continue to use Class C, because they would need to replace all of their private infrastructure, which would be totally unaffordable. So whilst it is at their discretion whether they change from C to A, they really have no choice because they can't afford to replace the infrastructure.
Councillor Peter Young.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Without being specific, I just wanted to draw your attention to Table 1 on page 77. My understanding of that, through you to the Director, is that our current pricing, or the adopted price path for the Gold Coast Class A water, is about pardon me, 1/3 of the price of the same water in Brisbane. And it's intended that in just 3 years...
Just remind you, that is in grey.
Pardon me?
That's in grey paper.
Yes, that's why I'm not asking specifics, Mr Mayor. And I would imagine anyway those prices are published somehow by those other authorities. It's anticipated that the city, through its growth in infrastructure, will be providing 12,000 megalitres of Class A recycled water in just 3 years' time from now. So,
Mr Mayor, would you like us to move into close if Councillor...
Yeah, I'm just warning that you're reading out of
A
grey paper.
confidential item,
So,
again.
you'll have to move, if you want to get in further, you'll have to, or get someone to move procedural motion, and if there's no seconder, you can't. Anyway, so what do you want to do? You can't quote grey paper and assume that that materials has been published in another medium.
Mr Mayor, I think that my questions were very expressly posed to highlight to us all...
Mr Mayor, I move that we go to closed.
Any seconder? Councillor Pauline Young, procedural motion. All in favour, show of hands.
What's the grounds?
Yeah, the reason?
Because we're discussing confidential information, Mr Mayor, in a public forum, so I don't know what the reason that the acting CEO might be able to provide is, but quite clearly we have a report that's on grey pages and...
But Councillor Gates, it's got to be one of those 7 reasons. If there's none, just...
Well, why is it on grey pages if it's not confidential?
It's your motion. You've got to go. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth.
It's local government budget, Councillor Gates.
Because it's the local government's budget and rating concessions.
Which is the basis for confidentiality.
You got it? Now I take a seconder. Councillor Pauline Young. Right. Going to, yes?
Speak against the motion.
Okay. Speaking for the motion, Councillor Gates.
Mr Mayor, I'm just trying to avoid a situation where one of our councillors gets a complaint because they're discussing confidential information in a public forum. I don't want to discuss anymore, but I'm trying to indicate that I think there is a level of importance when we get a confidential document. It's for a reason.
Councillor
Mr Mayor, the nature of the question that was asked is quite explicit, and the information that pertains to that question is in the public domain. Any person reading the report would be able to see that, unless unless the nature of this question changes or has changed, the obligation is on the questioner, Councillor Young, to determine whether they're moving into that space. And frankly, there's no reason for us to move into close for this question. It may be good to move to close when we move into other matters, but on the nature of this question, it is in the public interest for this question to be answered appropriately.
Okay.
Sorry, Mr Mayor, I was referring to Councillor Young commencing to quote figures of usage out of the report, not in regard to the question.
All right, councillors, there's a procedural motion afoot.
Would you take a question, Mr Mayor?
Yes, I will.
Perhaps through you to the City Solicitor, can we just get some indication as to whether or not the interpretation of the grey pages that Councillor Gates has put forward is the correct approach, or whether the inherently non-confidential nature of some information overrides that?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I think the starting point is it's on grey paper. We've resolved, the recommendation is that it should be treated as a confidential matter. I'm not sure whether the answer to the question was going to disclose information that's otherwise in the public domain. Councillor Gates is right to point out that disclosing confidential information is a concern because it automatically is a misconduct issue that needs to be referred to the OIA. So from the perspective of caution, I would recommend going into closed to respond to the questions that are being asked. And I agree with the acting CEO that the reason that's been put forward of it being potentially in relation to a commercial matter is the appropriate grounds to go into closed.
So, Mr Mayor, on that basis, I'll support the motion to move to closed, and I think it's probably beneficial for all of us, not just Councillor Young necessarily and his interpretation of what he wants to ask, but for all of us as council to protect the inherently confidential nature as explained by the City Solicitor. So on that basis, on this occasion, I will support the motion that we move to closed.
Okay. We've had one speaking against the motion. Any other speaking against the motion?
May I ask a question?
No, it's a procedure motion. So I'll put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? We're going to close. Streaming off. Right, Councillor Jones, you spoke on this motion, yes? Okay. Speaking against the motion, Councillor Peter Young.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I won't be supporting the motion because I think it unnecessarily prejudices council from making robust decisions in the future whereby it says no further work should be undertaken. That prevents effectively officers bringing information to us for our consideration at budget or other times, and I think that that's contrary to our overarching obligation. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Speaking for the motion, Councillor Gates.
I'll be really brief, Mr Mayor, but I'm going to support this recommendation because we have a period of time to get along the way to this level. I don't believe 5 years in advance it's necessary for the work to be undertaken. I think possibly we're likely to see reports at every budget period from now until we get to that 51 cents per kilolitre price path. But in the interim, I just think it sends a message to everyone that we're cognisant that there's already been a significant increase for customers who've transferred from Class C to Class A, that we have agreed on a 5-year price path and that at the moment that's satisfactory. I think to commence work now is just premature.
Okay. Against the motion, Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Whilst I understand, or it appears to me that the intent of this is to protect the interests of current Class A users, and particularly those that have been or that have felt compelled to move from Class C to Class A, the move from Class C to Class A usage relates to people's health, not infrastructure provision. And I think that's actually really important to think about as we plan the price path moving forward. You know, the differences between Class C and Class A water, anyone can jump on the internet and look for that and find the differences between those types of water. And there are definitely some customers in our city, customers who use lots of recycled water, who have been compelled to move from Class C to Class A, and the prices have increased accordingly. But that price increase has got to do with the differences between Class A and Class C, and not any price path determined by council for the use of water in general. What I think this changed recommendation or changed resolution does, unfortunately, is it hamstrings the broader ratepayer to fund the difference between our planned infrastructure provision for Class A to a price path that is significantly less than surrounding councils. And I don't think if we were to adopt this resolution, I don't think we're taking into account the important advice provided to us by officers about that strategic plan of delivery, infrastructure delivery. There is no doubt in my mind that water is a precious resource. It's a precious resource in our city, and it's a precious resource across Australia. Finding ways where we can use Class C, Class A, or any other class of water appropriately and efficiently is important. And the suggestion that potentially the broader ratepayer should cover the costs between a golf course making a decision to move to a higher quality of water for their golf course because it's better for people's health, or better for, there's some legislative provisions around the type of water that's used for certain purposes. The idea that ratepayers covering that cost, I just can't see that as a good plan. It could be, Mr Mayor, that 51 cents per kilolitre remains the price in the forward, and we make these decisions about future infrastructure, based on a 51 cent price. But I hate the idea of us effectively determining that no further work should be undertaken to increase to a higher target tariff, and particularly in light of there being no specific time frame on this resolution. It hamstrings council. It obligates the ratepayer through their representation to find other funding sources to deliver the plan that we have to use recycled water better in our city. I don't think we should move this recommendation, and I will foreshadow the committee recommendation.
Okay. All right. For Councillor Vorster.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. At the outset, I might say that I'm not a member of the committee. I did not attend the committee, so I don't have the benefit of the robust conversation that was had. But as a councillor, I have taken the time to read the report and reflected on what this may mean for my own community and the Gold Coast at large. And I think what's particularly important to note, Mr Mayor, is that the council is not hamstrung. If councillors do not support this on the basis that they feel as though their hands are being tied, I think it ignores the fact that council at any time can move a different resolution. Just because an issue is put in a box does not mean you cannot open the box and change what's inside. Council's sovereignty, if I can put it that way, to revisit its position rests with the council at any time at any future meeting. And if we find ourselves in an untenable position, i.e. unable to deliver the infrastructure that we want with the revenue that we're able to generate through the budget deliberation process, we will have the ability to revise our position. But what we're doing, or at least what I hope council will do in supporting Councillor Owen Jones's motion here, supported by our Deputy Mayor, is to exercise our right to make policy that is in keeping with the expectations of our community. And I couldn't imagine a decision that is more in keeping with our community than keeping a lid on water prices. Now, some would argue that this particular product may only suit a subset of our water customers. But I would say, Mr Mayor, that if those customers do not have ready and affordable access to this particular class of water, and I believe we can achieve that by ensuring that there's no further work to increase that rate with a higher price path, there will be unintended consequences for our community. Very real and unintended consequences. So, if as a councillor you support lower water prices overall, if you as a councillor support providing certainty for our customers around what their prices may look like, and if you as a councillor hold the view that council can at any time revise its position, well, I see no reason why you should not support this motion. Although this may not be the director's wish, the director has said during the course of this debate that the matter is for council during budget deliberations to wrestle with. And right now, I don't think we need to wrestle further with a decision that would only result in higher water prices when we've got an opportunity to cap them. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Speaking against the motion? No more. Okay, I'll go to Councillor Jones to close.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Item 3 of the resolution seeks to provide a clear direction to the business that the price path that was agreed upon for the pricing of Class A water should be the price path that we continue to aim for, rather than seek to do work in terms of increasing either that tariff or towards a higher price path. Councillor Vorster is right. It is up to a decision of the future council as to whether or not they want to do something different. But in regards to the pricing of water, I do remind councillors that for the last 7 or so years, we've actually had a freeze on the price of the increase in retail pricing of water, and we've managed to do that. And that's been one of the, in my mind, one of the great successes of this council, and also one of the benefits of actually disconnecting from the All Connects, which would have had us on a price path that was incredible. And we're not on that price path. We've frozen the retail price for water. Mr Mayor, I fully appreciate this may not be what the business unit of the city is trying to deliver, but I think that it is in the best interests of at least setting a guide to the pricing of Class A water. It's not just about golf courses, it's about the communities that also surround those golf courses, Mr Mayor. So I can use the 2 examples in my area. I know that I've got 300 odd houses around the Helensvale Golf Course. I know that I've got 3,000 odd houses around Sanctuary Cove and Hope Island golf courses, and that's going to be the same all the way through the list of those users. Those green spaces are important not only to the operator of the golf course, they're actually also vitally important to the communities that are built around those golf courses. So I can't today accept the fact that we should be looking towards a price path that sees potentially the doubling or more of something that we only recently agreed on. And so for those users that have transitioned from Class C to Class A, they've gone from 2 cents to 50 cents over a 5-year period. There's no point in having a price path if we don't stick to it. So if we wanted to double that, we should have said the price path is 2 cents to $1, but we didn't do that. We said 2 cents to 50 cents. So to me, it is a choice of a future council meeting as to whether or not, when this price path expires and they reach what was the target, it comes up for conversation again. I just don't want it to come up for conversation in the next couple of years, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. To the minute taker, please note there's a foreshadow motion by Councillor Tozer. Okay. Right, councillors' debate's closed. I'll put this motion to you. All in favour, show of hands.
Division.
Division is called.
Councillor Tate, Councillor Neal, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Caldwell, Councillor Gates, Councillor Jones, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor Castro, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Vorster.
Against?
Councillor Hamill, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Tozer, Councillor McDonald, Councillor Barton-Lumsden.
Abstain? Absent? Motion carried. Right, what items you wish to deal separately? Councillor Barton-Lumsden?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just item 8.
We go to item 8, councillors.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Director, I just had 4 questions relating to point 2D in the committee resolution.
Go ahead.
First of all, Mr. Mayor, just wanted to confirm that the activities that are suggested there, the potential for location, separation and combined processing of materials, in particular green waste, is a permissible activity at Council Suntown facility.
Director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, under our current EA, or environmental licence, it is. We will, however, be seeking further input from our friends in legal to ensure that absolutely is the case before proceeding.
Thank you, Director. Mr. Mayor, if I may again, through you to the Director, confirming the wording in this resolution isn't to immediately reactivate that site in any way, it's to investigate the potential for reactivation of the site. Is that correct? So if this is endorsed by Council today, for example, we won't seek to activate the site next week. It'd be a body of work would go into investigating whether that's a feasible activity to take place there.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that is correct. There are a number of issues associated with reactivating the site, as already mentioned, confirming our licence and other regulatory and legal potential constraints, but there's also other activities and uses that we need to consider on that site.
Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, 2 more, if I may. Just seeking to confirm as well that no investigation would take place for these activities at the site until we had confirmation from the city's legal team that these are all permissible activities?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we are undertaking what we call some master planning, which simply says what could we do with this site. But in terms of actually undertaking any work or any expenditure on site, absolutely that won't occur until we've had confirmation.
Thank you, and just my final one, Mr. Mayor, through you. If investigation is to proceed and progress, that there would be formal community consultation in regards to the site and what we are potentially progressing towards if those investigations are heading that way.
Through you, Mr Mayor, absolutely. Based on our master planning, our consideration, our discussion with our colleagues, once we've got some, I guess you'd say, a detailed plan, we would engage with, obviously, yourself, other relevant councillors and the community as appropriate, based on what we think, is the plan and how that would look on that site.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, Director.
So who would like to move the motion?
Can I ask another question?
All right, Councillor Owen Jones.
Through you to the Director, I'd like to be one of those councillors that are consulted in regards to the green waste pad at the Suntown tip. As you're aware, there's a bit of community unrest about the closure of the Helensvale green waste, and it was to be at Suntown to be as a suitable option. I'm interested in knowing what the rough area of land that would be required at the Suntown tip for sorting and also a green waste pad may be.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I'd have to take that on notice. As I say, we're only doing master planning at this stage, but I can certainly provide that information.
But it would be fair to say, so the Suntown tip was clearly a very active landfill site for many years. This is about utilising a relatively small area of that site to effectively sort to remove. So we wouldn't be burying anything there. There would be a whole different scope in terms of previous emissions that may have come from the site, be it gas, noise, odour, etc. And I'm assuming that one of the things that the city would want to make sure that we get right is any changes to traffic in regards to entering that site. Would that be the case?
Through you, Mr Mayor, absolutely. One of the great advantages of that site is that it's obviously already got a established and a well-constructed entrance with weighbridge and other facilities. In terms of your question, in terms of activity on the whole site and area, yes, only a very small area would be taken up with additional activity. It would be very similar, to be honest, in some ways to the movie site. Material is moved in, activities undertaken, and that material is taken out again. And it would be relatively the same sort of area.
And my final question is in regards to the movie site. So it's your asset to manage. Are you aware of any complaints that have been received from residents in regards to the movie set or the operations that have happened on that site over the last year or so?
Through you, Mr Mayor, not that I'm personally aware of, but I can take that on notice again to confirm.
Thank you.
Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to the Director. Just regarding your comments on the report's comments on the expansion of it, there was comment on working with body corporates, but not specifically the issue of gated communities. I just wanted to confirm, is that because that's going to be coming back separately, where we look at that on gated communities? Because it's also noted that 50% of the illegal dumping is around Southport, Surfers Paradise and Labrador, and we know that just outside the door of gated communities, that is a particular problem.
Through you, Mr Mayor, yes, absolutely. We're continuing to work with our vendor, and as indicated in the report, we are seeking to engage some members of the community about options over the next 6 months as to how that service could look and could work for other customers.
All right. Any other question? Councillor Bowden-Lumsden.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillor Owen Jones's questions raised another one for me. Through you to the Director, do we have any idea about the quantum of waste that would be taken to and then obviously from the site, given that nothing will be left at the site?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I'd have to take that on notice as well. We haven't done that detailed work.
No worries. Thank you.
Councillor Owen Jones.
Mr Mayor, I'm happy to move it.
Moved. Seconder, Councillor Corwell.
Mr Mayor, I think that the Blue Flexi Skip has been positively received in the community. There are clearly some issues that need to be resolved and they were discussed at committee, and importantly one of them was making sure that we improve the timing of the removal of some of the bags. And I think that there's been some supply chain issues that have been largely resolved, and there's a vehicle solution that the proponent is looking to introduce. But I think it's important that when a customer phones to get the blue bag removed, that it's actually removed in a timely fashion, and that's a responsibility of the operator to make sure happens.
Okay. Against the motion? Councillor Call, you want to speak further?
Just briefly, Mr Mayor, and I was thinking about moving an amendment to remove paragraph A because I think the successful completion of the trial is a little bit subjective, depending on everyone's varying experiences in relation to the Flexi Skip service. But I think on balance we're actually heading in the right direction, which is good. I'm very, very excited for paragraph 2D, and having being the representative for an area that's very much been impacted, as Councillor Owen Jones's area has been, in relation to the crisis of green waste that's occurred at the Helensvale Waste and Recycling Centre. I know that the community would be very, very warmly welcoming of the reopening of a green waste pad at the Suntown facility. It would make it a far more a higher level of customer service, having seen the previous service at Helensvale close, and I think will encourage people to do the right thing in processing their green waste at a dedicated facility, rather than trying to either stick it in their red bin, which isn't the right outcome, or dumping it on the side of the road on Brisbane Road or Captain Cook Drive, etc. And I think that would be something that I would very much look forward to hearing what the early feedback is, and also seeing what the plans might look like into the future. So I'm very, very excited by that paragraph in particular.
So take that on notice. To close, Councillor, put the motion to you. All in favour, show hands. Against? Carry, unanimous. Any other items you want to deal separately, councillors? Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I move that the report of the Water Waste Committee's recommendations be adopted with the exceptions of 8 and 10 that were specifically resolved. Thank you.
Second to Councillor Hamill. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show hands. Against? Carry, unanimous. Thank you, Director.
Now I want a break.
Now we go to Economic Tourism and Events. Councillor Castro.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, I move the report of the Economy, Tourism and Events Committee meeting, which was held on Wednesday the 14th of July 2021, and it's covered by recommendations 1 to 3, and ask that they be received.
Second to Councillor Tozer. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show hands. Against? I'll do it again. Some didn't vote. All in favour, show hands. Against? Is that for or against Councillor Hamill? Motion carried. Councillor Castro. Any items you want to deal separately?
Mr Mayor, I didn't, but I think Councillor...
I don't put words in their mouth if you don't. That's fine. Yeah, any items? Yeah,
I think
Councillor Gates.
Yes, I think Councillor Gates might.
All right.
Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Gates.
Thanks very much, Mr Mayor. I wanted to raise item 3, if I may.
We're going to item 3.
Which is a confidential item, Mr Mayor, and on that basis I would like to move into closed session, please.
Yeah, and the reason being?
The reason being it relates negotiations to a commercial matter involving the local government, for which a public discussion would be likely to prejudice the interests of the local government.
That's a good reason. Seconder? Seconder, Councillor Pauline Young. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show hands. Against? Motion carried.
I'm wrong, but
and watch and learn. Thank you. And I go to Councillor Tozer.
I'm happy to move the item. Actually, I'm happy to move the item with the adjustments that Councillor Gates initially recommended in open.
So in yellow there is the next.
There were some words that she used in relation to a 12-month trial, which I think was explored in closed session, but I actually think they have merit. And if I have a seconder, I'll speak.
Okay, just a second there. And seconded by Councillor O'Neill. Just have a look there, Councillor Tozer. That's the one with the 12 months trial. That's the one you like? That's the one.
So there are elements that we talked about in closed sessions that are particulars that relate to a commercial agreement, and I think they should remain closed. But what's on the
Okay.
I'm happy to move what's on the screen at the moment.
All right.
And
And we have a seconder. Councillor O'Neill second. All right. Do you like to speak on that?
Mr. Mayor, I would. Our Economic Development Unit do a number of things across the city, and a lot of that involves the economic growth and productivity of businesses and people to meet our aspirations. And some of those aspirations are articulated in the Economic Development Strategy, Mr. Mayor. The Economic Development Strategy talks about two things that are relevant to this item. One is improving productivity in the city, and the other is economic growth. And I think those two things can only be dealt with, those aspirations can only be met, Mr. Mayor, if we come up with proposed solutions to attain our goals or to achieve our goals in that area. In order to understand those problems better, the best thing we can do is talk to businesses who are already engaging with us. And the Economic Development Unit make it their business to contact businesses throughout the city and ask them what their biggest problems are, what are the things that are stopping them from being as productive as they could be, what are the things that are stopping them from growing, what are the biggest opportunities that perhaps government of all levels could step into to meet a gap in the marketplace. And Mr. Mayor, I think that job has been done here, and we have identified a possible solution to that. This possible solution effectively marries up skill gaps in our city amongst businesses that we've consulted in our city, and also skills surpluses where businesses in our city have skilled and talented people, and perhaps they're underutilised at a particular time. And when people are underutilised, the first thing that a business has to think about is, well, if that person's not being utilised, maybe I can't keep paying them a wage. And so coming up with a solution for that problem is really important. Now, there are lots of other benefits of this particular product, and those are articulated in the confidential report and the subsequent briefing note that was provided to councillors. But I think the important thing for our councillors to remember today as we're embarking or proposing to embark on this 12-month trial period is that we're engaging a local provider of a service that is, the business is located in our Gold Coast Health and Knowledge Precinct, and they have a solution that is already effective in another sector that our city really has little exposure to, and that's the defence sector. So this product has been applied to defence contracting effectively, and that's where it's derived its success. The co-founders come from a background in the Department of Defence, that's public knowledge, and the product has been tested in that marketplace where defence contracts, where there are surplus skills or skill shortages, two different contracting agencies can partner. And that's really been a great place to test it, because in large, big projects like occur in the Department of Defence, there are sometimes surpluses and skill gaps that are only needed to be, problems that only need to be solved for a short period of time. We have similar industries like that, Mr. Mayor. The tourism industry has fluctuations in supply and demand, and also, Mr. Mayor, the tourism industry is heavily impacted by global economic variables. And because those global economic variables are not always something we can foresee, just like COVID was difficult for us to foresee, we're able to, we need to come up with a solution for our local businesses to redeploy staff they have into those roles. Now, we do that very as pragmatically as we can, but it's not organised. And this solution seeks to organise solving that problem. I think it's actually really, really important for us. Most of all, Mr. Mayor, I really appreciate that at the committee, Councillor Gates asked some very serious questions about this project, and it helped me understand, those questions helped me understand it better, and also facilitated this subsequent briefing note that was provided to councillors. Now, in opening debate, I would love to be assured by the director that the return on investment that's articulated in that, is that something I can say? Would that be confidential?
It is confidential.
My question is through you to director. Is that specific?
It's confidential. It's confidential.
So what I can say is the return on investment in that report outperforms many of the other metrics that we use to measure investment in our city. And whilst I can't name that return on investment ratio that was articulated in that report, what I can say is it's absolutely comparable to ones that I've seen in the film industry and other industries. And it's important to remember that what we're proposing today is a 12-month trial to deliver that return on investment for businesses who've disclosed their problems to us and asked us to help them find a solution. That's why this should be supported today, and I really hope that 8 councillors at least support it on the face of the report and the subsequent briefing that we'll supply this week.
Speaking against the motion, Councillor Vorster.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, as you may recall, in an earlier iteration of council, I was fortunate enough to chair the Economic Development and Major Projects Committee, and with a wife who's an economist, I take great interest in what we can be doing as a city to support jobs. And as you often remark, Mr Mayor, jobs are critical to holding the family unit together here on the Gold Coast. If we do not have high-paying local jobs, we will have no ability to retain homegrown talent into the future, and that will mean our kids inevitably leaving the city. Now, while there may be a net influx of people into our city because of COVID, we're not guaranteed that that will perpetually be the case, and we have to make sure that we are creating opportunity. In that respect, I absolutely applaud the work of city officers working in the space and the work of the director overseeing them, because what officers have done is identify an opportunity to help retain those jobs. But Mr Mayor, without being able to talk about the supplier specifically, I can't help but reflect on the fact that this value proposition doesn't genuinely meet the needs on the ground. It's my view that what we need to be doing is equipping local businesses around, when we talk about that capability piece, to respond to contracts and tenders when they become available. To my mind, that's the first bit of work that we need to be doing, to building that base capacity, that base capability, before we can even hope to put them in a position to be matched with another business. I just do not feel as though that capacity exists, and we need to be serving that more base need in the economy first. But Mr Mayor, what I'm also concerned about, and I'm just playing off on what Councillor Tozer has described, is the potential industrial relations issues connected with this type of arrangement. And I don't believe that we are on a firm footing to be involved in the brokering of arrangements that still have an industrial relations question unanswered. And I'm not saying that of the operator of the platform, I'm saying it's unanswered because that was a question that was put to officers, to which I don't believe I received a satisfactory response. But Mr Mayor, at the end of the day, what we're being asked to do, I feel, is to make an investment into a process that can yield insights for city officers, insights that can be used to make better decisions about how we place investment in the city. And my gnawing suspicion is our money is best placed directly teasing out that information from the market and not putting it through a third party that has a commercial interest. I just feel as though we can achieve that by investing the money directly. I can't say more, it's on grey, and I'm not going to name the industry that this partner presently operates, lest we expose them. I just think that we're better placed doing the work ourselves, and that there is a more base need to protect the jobs that we hope will endure in the city. Thanks.
Okay, speaking for the motion, Councillor Castor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, Mr Mayor, this isn't just a local business matching program. It also puts local businesses out in the marketplace for international businesses as well to actually see what what can be done and just what we have to offer here. I can't talk about the funds that are involved, obviously, in this for this 12-month trial, but I actually mentioned at the committee meeting, in the scheme of things, it's not a huge amount. It's we could easily spend that sort of money on an international trade mission, and we've all seen the value of international trade missions many, many times over. It has, produced some fantastic business and economic boost for the city. So this is something, it works across the board for all businesses. It's very unique. I think it's definitely worth a 12-month trial. And when we start looking at not only the job situation, as we say, maybe an excess of staff and potentially placing them in other places to keep them employed, that's a huge benefit. But the data in itself as well. I mean, data is a currency. It's to be able to get this data. I don't know. We obviously don't have it. Otherwise, we wouldn't be doing it. And I think this could be invaluable going forward for the city. I really do believe, particularly in these COVID times as well, I think this is a perfect time to actually do this, where we can actually put our businesses out there and get them to meet, because they can't, the many situations where they can't get together, and this will actually achieve what a trade, like a business trade fair type thing would do for me 10 times over. I think there are just so many positives for this, for a 12-month trial. I think it's even better than the original committee or officer's recommendation, where we were looking at maybe entering into a longer period, because it gives us that that safety net to just go in for 12 months, see how it goes. But I think it's well worth a look, and I think it would be a big opportunity missed if we didn't pursue this.
Okay. Speaking against the motion, Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think it's, first of all, important to understand that if we don't get in the middle of this, it isn't an opportunity missed for the city. This business runs right now, and it is quite capable of achieving this and making these connections with Gold Coast businesses, having that opportunity for Gold Coast businesses without us getting in the middle of it. I always think it's a very important question to ask myself, is this a great use of ratepayers' money? Does government need to get into the middle of this? And I'm not sold that there is a reason for government to be in the middle of this. Small business companies recognise when government gets out of the way, it often really works. There is an opportunity here for this company to go direct to small businesses on the Gold Coast. If they haven't had success with that, if they've attempted it and they haven't had success with that, then that's a question for their business model. If they haven't attempted it yet, there's a lot of actual free opportunity that we can even provide them through connections with the Chamber of Commerce and the like. But does it really make sense for ratepayers' money to be allocated to this? I don't see the value in that. With regard to the data, which is probably the most compelling argument of it, there's nothing that's been presented which shows that this is rigorous, representative data. And in fact, to start off with, we're talking about a company that really has no Gold Coast companies on there at the moment. So it isn't representative at any stretch of the imagination. And if we allocated that, if data and research was the important part, we should just be really straight about that. And if we allocated the same amount of money to getting appropriate data and research, we would get far better representative evidence-based research than we would with this, who may happen to get 3 companies. There's no way it's going to be representative of the issue. Thirdly, Councillor Tozer made mention of the proposed return on investment. I can't see anywhere where that number is backed up. And even if it is, that is something for the investment attraction program. That is not the intent and the reason for this, to be trying to build benefits through one business. So I'm afraid I see so many risks with it. That IR issue, we run this for 12 months and we have a lot of employees of small businesses coming, hey, my business has just outsourced our work to here because the Gold Coast set up a portal for it. I don't think that's particularly helpful. There's so much risk on that side. And with the comparison of the company that, the industry that this business has been successful with before, it's a very, very different kind of employment, HR, industrial relationship than most businesses on the Gold Coast have. The other point was that this advantages our companies to work together because of seasonal changes. Well, normally all Gold Coast businesses are in the same boat, affected by the same season. So again, we'd be outsourcing staff elsewhere, or we'd be getting, there's so much risk for very little upside. This company can go and do this with or without us. I'm happy to go and share about them on my Facebook page and talk to every Chamber of Commerce about them, but I don't think it's an effective use of ratepayers' money.
Okay. For the motion, I'll go to Councillor Taylor.
Thank you. Look, what I see this for the city, it's really important that the information we gain as a city, I think this is the important bit that we need to be capturing so that we get informed information moving forward for economic development. And this is a way of capturing that information, which is a resource cost. What it also does is support local business. We have a two-speed economy at the moment. We have some businesses out there that are struggling to maintain staff because they don't have the work, and we do have businesses out there that are struggling to get workforce. So it gives the ability for the business to make that decision, not the government, the business. If they want to get involved in a commercial decision, that's up to the business. And what we're doing is providing a platform to support the business. We're providing a local supplier to help with this resourcing. So what a better way for us to be supporting local business. We're about helping business, supporting business. Here's an opportunity to support a local business. And we're talking about a trial. We've just spoken about a trial on the spit about skydiving a platform. It gives us ability for 12 months to get information that we can come back and see if it is working for the city and if it's working for the actual business itself. So for the small investment, I think it's a big investment for the city for return in relation to information and getting the right information for informed information. And two, it gives the ability for local businesses to provide an opportunity to fill gaps in their business. And guess what? We're giving them a 5% discount, okay, but also to providing this service to them. So I'm supportive of this motion.
Okay. Against? Councillor Gates.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I'll be really brief because most of the points have been covered off. I would like to make a point in regard to what Councillor Taylor just suggested as a similarity in the trial situation. This is a trial that we would be paying for with ratepayers' money. The other trial is a trial that is being paid for by the operator of the skydive operation, so quite different. I also wanted to touch, Mr Mayor, on the suggested return on investment, which is purely hypothetical and which is based on a number of contracts, which we have no idea whether we might get the number that's suggested in the report. We have no idea if we may get a lot less. I also wanted to very quickly touch on the investment attraction program that our officers in economic development have been so successful with. It was expanded to include sports attraction, and I think every one of us here recognises just how very successful that program has been in real economic benefit to the city. And I know for a fact that over the last 4 years, we've had an economic benefit of some $20 million from that program. I would far prefer to see us chip away a little bit harder in terms of attracting business, conventions and sport to this city. We are the greatest location in the world at the moment for people to conduct business and for those sorts of activities, for training camps and the like. And I would rather see us focus on that and put some more dollars into that we know we don't need to trial. We know we've got a proven product and we know that we get the return on investment. This company is going to continue to operate. All of the benefits that we've been advised of today are still going to be available. Only we're not going to be marketing it for them. They'll have to spend their own dollars marketing their own business to make it the success that it may well be. It has some good figures that we were provided with, so I would imagine they'll go from strength to strength, but I don't believe that they need the ratepayers' dollars in order to achieve that.
Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I seconded this motion and I will speak up for it. I know that the council's been successful with business attraction programs, and a lot of those have been at very high level. I see this benefit program of this sort being a benefit to small and medium-sized business, which Councillor Castro rightly pointed out. In COVID times at the moment, they've done it really tough. They don't have the resources to do this. The Chambers of Commerce don't have the resources to do it for them. So I think it's a good opportunity for council to be in this space. And the added benefit of the data collection is in my mind, an outstanding benefit for council. So I really, and for the amount of money that we're looking at, and for a 12-month trial period, I don't think we can really pass up this opportunity. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Against the motion? Right. Just before I go to Councillor Tozer to close, there have been trials we've done in the past that we have to invest some money in, not just to skydive, there's no investment, but one come to mind is Hoppo. We spent a lot of infrastructure investment for that trial, so in seeding some money to trials, it's not like we've never done that before. So, Councillor Tozer to close.
Mr Mayor, I think you make a really good point there. It is not a new thing for the city to identify our possible problem or way to improve our city and then partner with a local commercial provider to do that. And Hoppo is a great example of us seeing these wonderful waterways that are used privately by people all the time, and we have invested in infrastructure in order to make sure that a commercial operator can provide services to our residents. Navigating that with Hoppo as an example, just the other day, some new residents who are friends of mine jumped on Hoppo. They'd never been on a ferry system before, or really at a city that had ferries. They'd moved from Newcastle, and they very much enjoyed the perspective of the city from Hoppo. I had no idea that it even existed until they came to Hodder and saw the ferry terminal there, which is a piece of infrastructure that we paid for. Mr Mayor, I wanted to touch on a few things. Firstly, some of the people speaking against the motion today have raised a couple of concerns, and I want to address those as best I can, based on the understanding that every councillor was providing the briefing note and some of the questions answered by officers already. Firstly, we actually employ economists and business development managers to make recommendations to us, and that's why we are here now. Mr Mayor, today we have an economist, a qualified economist, and a business development manager who has recommended that this is a solution to a problem that has been identified by the Economic Development Unit. So I want to be very clear about that. The other thing is that a claim was made that this product doesn't genuinely meet needs on the ground, that the greatest need is for businesses to understand how to tender for business locally and generate more contracts locally. That was loosely, I don't want to misquote what was said, but it was something along those lines in the notes that I took. What I do want to say about that is that we have interviewed businesses and they have told us that they sometimes lack the resources and funds in this current climate to pursue opportunities for growth or solve problems in their businesses. And they've actually asked us, well, if you could collaborate with us to help try and find a solution, then that would be appreciated. They're actually asking us for solutions just like this one. The other thing that was raised a number of times in relation to industrial relations was really answered by Susanna, the officer, Ms Stearman, and she said very clearly that each business carries their own risk, and this engagement that we're considering embarking on offers it doesn't more or less expose a business to any industrial relations issues that they may need to approach, and they need to engage with us and with any third party, caveat emptor, let the buyer beware. In this case, it's absolutely central that we realise that those industrial relations matters remain a a consideration of each of those businesses, and what we're trying to do is solve a problem in the marketplace where businesses can partner with other businesses to deal with those supply and demand issues. But all of those things are immaterial to what's actually being proposed here. What we're actually buying here is a global platform that is being applied for a custom designed Gold Coast solution. So it's a custom branded Gold Coast solution for a global platform. We're seeing a problem in our marketplace and buying a platform.
Just a warning there, please. I can hear what you're saying there. Councillor Tozer has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What we're buying is a custom-made solution, and we're paying a fee for a service to customise an existing platform that already exists. And frankly, it really is. It's not like we invented ferries when we engaged with Hoppo. Ferries already existed. They were a custom. All we've done is we've customised the solution by creating infrastructure along our network of canals to come up with a solution. We're not creating ferries, and that's exactly what's happening here. We're not creating anything brand new here. We're taking a solution, we're paying a fee for a service to take a solution and then brand it Gold Coast, City of Gold Coast branded for our businesses so we can make sure we're solving those problems and owning that solution. And on top of that, Mr. Mayor, what we're doing is we're creating that platform allows us to collect more data about the businesses that we're talking to. Now, we can call them one by one and collect information and conduct surveys and do all of that. But this service is effectively delivering for us a data set that we don't currently have that helps us understand businesses better in our city. And maybe if we do talk to them, we might realise that more and more businesses in our city are actually doing business elsewhere. They actually don't want to tender for more contracts locally necessarily. There are a bunch of incredible global businesses who choose to base themselves from the best city in the world, in the Gold Coast, and they do business overseas and in other parts of Australia on a daily basis, and we don't even know. We're so Gold Coast centric sometimes that we forget that people choose to live here for the amazing quality of life, but it's not just because they want to do business here, it's because they want to base their businesses here and do businesses all around the world, And frankly, that's what this is all about. We're going to collect great data, we're going to solve problems that we've already identified, we're going to achieve the aspirations of our economic development strategy by implementing a solution on a trial basis to make sure we're going to get what we hope we get. And finally, we're going to tailor it to our own needs and brand it as a solution that the City of Gold Coast has delivered in partnership with a Gold Coast-based startup. And that, I think, is an exciting proposition, and frankly, council should support this trial today.
Councillors, debate's closed. Put the motion to you. Division's call. All in favour, show of hands.
Councillor Tate, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Neal, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Caldwell, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor Castro, Councillor McDonald.
Against?
Councillor Gates, Councillor Owen Jones, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Wolston.
Motion carried. Any other items you wish to deal separately, councillors? Councillor Castro.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move the report of the Economy, Tourism and Events Committee recommendations be adopted with the exception of item 3, which was specifically resolved.
All right. Seconder, Councillor McDonald. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. You hanging around?
I'm hanging around.
I go to Councillor Caldwell for 10.5.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I move that the report of the Planning and Environment Committee meeting held on Thursday, the 15th of July 2021, covered by recommendations 1 to 9, be received.
Seconder, Councillor Gates. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Right. Councillor Caldwell.
Mr Mayor, if we could perhaps go to item 4 to start with. There's been some developments in relation to that application that we need to take a different course of action with.
Okay. All right, let's go to 4.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. So I received information from the officers late yes afternoon that the applicant had withdrawn this particular development application. In those circumstances, it's not open to us to make a decision today. So whilst at committee we had foreshadowed a deferral of the making of a decision, we now can't make a decision. So I believe that
So item 4 be noted.
Sorry?
So would
Yeah,
the
there's
motion be
some alternative wording that has been prepared.
something prepared earlier?
Yeah. Which might come up on the screen or
All right.
might not. There it is.
No.
No, that's not it.
Joe, can you whack that on?
So, Mr Mayor, the wording is that council notes the applicant withdrew the development application on 19 July 2021 pursuant to section 52(1) of the Planning Act 2016.
Move that.
Happy to move that, Mr Mayor.
Seconder, Councillor Tozer. You need to speak further on
I
that?
don't think there's any need,
Anyone
Mr Mayor.
speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Okay. Other items, councillors, to deal separately. Councillor Caldwell.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, if we could just deal with item 9, where Councillor Pauline Young needs to make a declaration.
Okay. Councillor Pauline Young.
It's a declaration that I've made in the past to do with the TLPI for the Old Burley Theatre Arcade. It's
Okay, it's on the screen.
It's on the screen there now, and I'm going to leave the room while the decision's made on this one.
Okay.
Thank you.
And sorry, Mr Mayor, I might just want to, before Councillor Young leaves the room, it just said there that it still had the old wording which related to her brother being the selling agent, which is no longer the current declaration. The current declaration is that her brother is the property managing agent currently.
So is currently property
Management agent.
managing agent. Is that?
Yes, correct, Mr Mayor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Moved. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Vorster. You want to speak further on that?
No, thanks, Mr Mayor.
Anyone want to speak against?
Is this the procedural motion, Mr
No.
Mayor?
She's gone.
She went, yeah.
This is the committee. The committee recommendation's been moved as a motion. Anyone want to speak against the motion? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Could you ask Councillor Pauline Young to return? Okay, Councillor Caldwell.
Mr Mayor, I'm not aware of any other matters, but...
Number 6. Okay, we go to 6, councillors. Councillor Patterson.
Mr Mayor, I just wanted to make note of this new milestone for the transformation of the CBD. So this...
I'm happy to move the motion, Mr Mayor.
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
Moved, Councillor Caldwell. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Vorster. Seconder, Councillor Caldwell, will you yield from your...
I'm very happy to, Mr Mayor.
Speak. Go ahead, Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, I'd like to thank the planning team for their work on this, which continues the focus on a transformation of our CBD. For people to understand what this is, Special Entertainment Precinct was modelled on the successful Fortitude Valley Precinct. And it was the only special entertainment precinct in Brisbane, and this will be the only special entertainment precinct on the Gold Coast. What that means is the laws that live venues have to contend with will be different in this area. So rather than having their liquor licence connected and with the volume that they're allowed to do, they don't have that risk on them anymore. So this this really is a direct model from that Fortitude Valley process. We're very excited about what this would generate for the city and for that area. I particularly also want to thank the Planning Committee for taking on my request to include the planning team, thank you, for taking on my request for getting the microbrewery amendment into this PDA. It was a kind of strange, unintentional item in the existing priority development area that you couldn't have microbreweries. So now that seems like a very great fit for this particular area, and I certainly see the Davenport area as potentially the new James Street, Fortitude Valley once this is in process. Thank you.
Okay, anyone speak against the motion? Councillor Caldwell, would you like to close?
Just briefly, Mr Mayor, to support Councillor Patterson, who I know has been a strong advocate for these changes and trumpeting the cause of the Southport CBD. And I think we should all be alert to the fact that the live music industry has been particularly hard hit through COVID. And whilst this has been a long time in the making, and we've cast the net across the city and done a lot of work to establish this as the right solution, it probably, on reflection, is the right time for us to make these changes, because the sector is going to definitely need all the help it can get as we emerge from COVID and the live music sector can become more active once again. So I think the timing is right. The changes, I think, are good ones, and it will go out to consultation later this year, and I think we've come up with a good plan.
Okay. Councillors, the debate's closed. I put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Carry, unanimous. Any items you want to deal separately, Councillor McDonald?
Yes, Mr Mayor, I just want item 3 dealt with separately. I just want to vote against it. Thank you.
Okay, 3. Councillor Cole, would you move the...
Happy to move.
Move. Seconder, Councillor Gates. Anyone want to speak against? Put Councillor Colwell.
No, that's fine, Mr Mayor.
Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Could you mark Councillor McDonald voting in the negative? Any other items you'd like to deal separately? Back to Councillor Colwell.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I move that the report of the Planning and Environment Committee's recommendations be adopted, with the exception of items 3, 4, 6 and 9 that were separately resolved.
Seconder, Councillor Gates. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Carry, unanimous. Thank you, Director, or are you hanging around? We go to Governance, Administration and Finance. Councillor Owen Jones.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move the report of the Governance, Administration Finance Committee meeting held on Thursday the 15th of July 2020, covered by recommendations 1 to 6 be received.
Seconder, Councillor Patterson.
We did a lot of stuff.
Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. That's 1 to 7, is that right or not? 1 to 7, all right. Okay. That says 1 to 11 on the screen.
Let's go with 1 to 7, Mr Mayor.
1 to 7, is it? Can I leave you to that, to fix that up? All right then. Anyone want to do items differently? Councillor Owen Jones.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move the report of the Governance, Administration Finance Committee be adopted.
Seconder, Councillor Pauline Young. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Councillor Vorster, what was your vote?
My vote was for.
Okay. Then carry unanimously. You've got very small hands, sorry. I couldn't see it.
Sorry, I have small hands.
I couldn't see your hand.
Rather large feet though, Mr Mayor.
They call him the Gold Coast Trump. You don't judge a man by the size of his hands.
All right, here we go.
It's got loose.
Number 11. Consideration notice of motion. Mr CEO, is there any? There's nil.
I'll wait for that in finance corner.
Question on notice. Answer to question on notice, Mr CEO. Then it's nil. Presentation of petition. I go to Councillor McDonald. You go.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I have a petition of 124 signatures in relation to the Save the Hydrotherapy Pool at Palm Beach. With it, residents are asking to reinstate the temperature of the previously called hydrotherapy pool. Do you want me to go through the four? It's in relation
just
to
go through your motion is to present it to the appropriate committee.
Yes. Mr Mayor, I move that this petition be presented to the relevant directorate and a report be brought back to council. Thank you.
Seconder, Councillor Owen Jones. Anyone speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour? Against? Motion carried. I'll go to Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, I have a petition of 70 signatures from residents of Currumbin Valley in relation to safety concerns for the proposed bin waste collection in the valley. If I could have a seconder.
Seconder, Councillor Corwell.
I'll just speak just briefly, Mr Mayor. The residents think that the proposed bin collection in Currumbin Valley will see an unsafe situation and therefore risking life to a risk to life and property in the valley, and I would like it considered by water waste and energy. So many words.
Appropriate committee is good enough, I know.
Yeah.
Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carry. Go to Councillor Vorster.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, I'm seeking to refer a petition to the responsible committee, which I understand to be the Transport and Infrastructure Committee. It deals with resident concerns about on-street parking on Woollahra Court, which is in Bar City Lakes.
Seconder, Councillor Tozer. Yeah, change appropriate to transport and infrastructure. That's what you want?
Well, I understand that that's the relevant committee.
Okay.
How many petitions, sorry?
Okay, good. You want to speak further on that?
Only to say, Mr Mayor, that quite often we receive petitions from large catchments of residents, including the petition we've just heard about concerning the Palm Beach hydrotherapy pool. In this case, we're dealing with a petition that concerns only a very small cul-de-sac. And I think it's appropriate that council receive it and refer it for investigation, if only to demonstrate to the community that everybody on the Gold Coast has an opportunity to be heard by this council. Thank you.
Okay, anyone speak against? Put the motion to all in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. General business, Mr CEO, general business, any there? No GBs? Okay, 14's gone. Now we go to other business. 15.1, Queensland Audit Office, second interim audit report. Any questions, anyone? No question? Where's the motion there, Joe? On the screen, I'll move that. All right. Seconder, Councillor Pauline Young. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Next item's Gray. I think it's best we move into close. Reason being is commercial in confidence and potential staffing. Am I right? Commercial in confidence, good enough. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Owen Jones. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Streaming's on. Welcome back, all the media. I move the motion in other business, engagement of strategic advisor for the 2032 Brisbane Olympic and Paralympic Games, second by Councillor Vorster. And it is a wonderful move in the way that preparation is everything. And when it comes to major events, major sport on the Gold Coast, there's no one would excel or exceed Mr. Peters' credential, and he's fully respected in that field. And for Mr. Peters to advise myself and our CEO of how to navigate through this winning Olympic 2032, and for us to maximise reputational, economic and infrastructure opportunity available to the city, is the best man for the job. So I hope you would give me the support there. And Councillor Vorster, you want to add further?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, hopefully the city is in a position to enjoy some of the dividends of a future Olympic Games. We know that, much to our chagrin, that this will be named the Brisbane 2032 Olympic Games, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't put ourselves in a position to eke out not only our fair share, but an even greater share of the dividends that might be enjoyed. Importantly, Mr. Mayor, as you said, and it's highlighted in yellow, we're not just interested in the reputational benefits, we're not even just interested in the short-term economic dividends, we're principally interested also in the infrastructure dividends for the city, because that is the legacy that will actually support the quality of life that makes the Gold Coast such a great place to live, work, invest and play. So hopefully Mr. Peters puts us in a good position to cross the finish line in first place. Thank you.
Very good.
So he maybe hit a home run.
Home run.
Yeah, so I just want to make sure we get the puns right.
We've got all the bases covered.
We have, okay, there you go, good. Sorry, that was an inappropriate point of order, Mr.
Yeah, just before I close the debate, does anyone want to speak against? No, all right. It's a good choice, everyone. Let's stick out its own hand. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carry, unanimous. Mr. Sir, anything else? There's nothing else. Meeting closed at 14:12.